Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Salam Malaysia Madani. Salam transformasi pendidikan Pahang. Guru Jauhari Digital Aspirasi Negara Madani. And good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the organizing committee, we are pleased to welcome all to the National Level Teachers' Day Public Speaking Competition 2024. This competition is in conjunction with the 53rd National Level Teachers' Day celebration. Be relaxed and enjoy throughout this competition. I am Nurasiba Azra binti Muhammad Qasim, your host for the competition, and this is Zulhilmi as the timekeeper. For your information, this is the first time we are having a public speaking competition for Teachers' Day National Level celebration. There are 14 states altogether that participate in this year's competition. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to invite, the adjudicators are already here. Let me introduce to all the adjudicators for today's competition. The first adjudicator is Hajah Juraida binti Ahmad, Timbalan Pengarah Sektor Prasekolah Bahagian Pembangunan Kurikulum. As the chief adjudicator, our next adjudicator is Dr. Zuraidah binti Ismail, Ketua Penolong Setiausaha Kanan Bahagian Perancangan Strategik dan Hubungan Antarabangsa. As the second adjudicator, let me introduce you to Puan Khairul Nisa binti Ahmad, Ketua Unit Bahasa Inggeris Jabatan Bahasa IPGK Tengku Ampuan as the third adjudicator. Then we have Dr. Sarimah Elias Sharina binti Mahmud, Pensyarah IPGK Bahasa Antarabangsa as the fourth adjudicator. And we have Dr. Haji Muhammad Jalani bin Hassan, Pensyarah Bahasa Inggeris dan Ketua Unit Sumber dan Hubungan Luar Jabatan Bahasa Inggeris IPGK DATP Razali Ismail as the fifth adjudicator. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the floor, the rules and regulations for this competition have been briefed by the officers from the English Language Teaching Center, Ministry of Education. However, I would like to remind the participant on the time given. A bell will ring once at the 6th minute and 1 minute before the end, the twice at the end of the 7th minute. Thank you, Zul. The adjudicators' decisions are final and individual marks will not be disclosed. For your information, this is the preliminary round. The final round, which is the moment of truth, will be held tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin with the first category, prepared speech. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first participant. Please welcome.
Mic test. How do teachers prepare pupils for jobs that don't even exist yet? How do teachers design learning experiences which foster innovation, problem solving, and learning, lifelong learning? And more importantly, how do our pupils and students keep up to the latest trends and technologies which shape the future of work? Now, here's a secret. The answer doesn't lie in predicting the future, but the answer lies in igniting the spark within our pupils. And this spark burns bright and long enough to guide them through the unknown journey. And the key to igniting the spark? Of course, none other than empowering teachers, redefining their roles and responsibilities in the digital age. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very pleasant day to the distinguished judges, esteemed teachers, beloved pupils and students in the hall, and ladies, gentlemen, members of the hall. And today I'm standing before you to speak about, to advocate for empowering educators, redefining their roles and responsibilities in the world of digital. Why? Because we have moved away from being the sole provider of knowledge. And ladies and gentlemen, teachers today have the potential to become the future. They are the architects of tomorrow, of changes, mentor and guide in the digital world, as well as championing innovation. Having said that, let me go to my very first point, which is teachers as the driving force in lessons and classrooms. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this whirlwind of change, in the world of this whirlwind, where there are so many changes and the landscape of education has transformed so profoundly, we understand that we can no longer be bystanders at crossroads. Now, do you remember during the MCO, during COVID-19, when it was imposed a few years ago, what happened to learning? Everybody, all teachers resorted to online learning, resorted to online discussion, meetings, and even doing competition online. Why? Simply because the world was in a lockdown and everybody sought for ways to communicate as well as maintaining normalcy in our lives. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't go back to square one. We couldn't go back and afford to do what we did before MCO. Having said this, as teachers, I believe that we are the ones who are supposed to be adept in navigating technological tools, technological advancements, as we could see the surge of technological breakthroughs these days. Picture this: a history teacher bringing in virtual reality to the class, and as his student slips on the VR headgear, the student sees Colosseum and also bustling and running in the bustling cities of Rome, and what more, bumping into Julius Caesar himself. Now, students, would you like to have that in your history lessons? I'm waiting for a yes, actually, but never mind. What about in the Malacca Sultanate, where when using virtual reality, our pupils and students could actually see Hang Tuah virtually? Now, I would be in that class. And how about maths and science teachers bringing in online resources so that their learners can do equations using gamifications? Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the world we are living today, and we as teachers cannot run away because we have to ride with the tide as our learners, our pupils are so much immersed in the world of digital. On to my next point, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk about teachers as the driving force in this digital breakthroughs and digital world, we also have to understand that ICT competency extends beyond technical skills. What do I mean by this? Now, according to our national education philosophy, we understand that we have to produce learners who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, physically, and emotionally balanced, holistic. And we know that technology is a double-edged sword. Having said that, technology is sublime as well as it cuts. Only in the hand of the right person, only when teachers are there to help navigate, mentor, and guide our learners, we, the students, may not bring so much harm to themselves as in leaving probably harmful digital footprints in the digital world. I would like to bring this example only a few days ago. I was doing this lesson with my Form 5s on speaking. When I saw they were looking a bit bored in the classroom, I was like, flip, switch, let's do podcast instead to practice speaking for Form 5s, preparing them. But before we actually ventured there, I had to show my students and my learners that which is appropriate content, which is least inappropriate, and how do you not bring harm to yourself by attracting scrutiny from the netizens. Who holds the knife and who holds technology? Of course, us teachers again, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why ICT competency extends beyond technical skills. And teachers, educators, we have to embrace, we are no longer just acknowledging, but we are directly immersed along with the learners. Last but not least, I would like to call all of us educators to action. We talk about the importance of being very digitalized, very much immersed in technology, and also to guide our learners and students along. But how do we play our roles effectively? Number one, we need continuous professional development. What we are doing here today, this is what we are heading to, where we do a lot of sharings, we do a lot of collaborative efforts in order for everyone to understand. And no child or no teacher should be left behind. We have heard of of baby boomers generation, for example, fearing technology. And that is why educators have to come together. And this is what happening in the world today, in Malaysia education system or context especially, because we have a lot of influencers as well as teachers who are just so passionate about sharing. And with YouTubes and TikToks, my God, you will never be missing anything behind. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I feel so close to this topic. I feel that we have to empower our teachers as well as our learners. And other than that, the adaptability skill among teachers must also be further enhanced and making rooms for empowering students. Only by empowering our learners and students, our teachers could also be more empowered, thus redefining their roles and responsibilities in this digital world, in these digital breakthroughs. And I just love that we are all here together, teachers and students alike, simply because we understand that by empowering educators, we could also head towards the next world, the next realm of digital. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. The time taken for the first by the first participant is 7.06 minutes. We shall now invite our next participant. Please welcome.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all the judges, timekeepers, officers, esteemed educators, and also our beloved students. So standing here today because I was not allowed to bring on the chair, so I will be delivering somewhat very familiar topic that are very uh, closely related to us nowadays. Nurturing gems, diving into the challenges of the digital era. So aligned with our Teachers Day's theme, Guru Jauhari Digital Aspirasi Negara Madani, we are brought forth with all the opportunities and also challenges alongside the digital era. So today I will be talking about at least three challenges that most teachers nowadays and also our student faces from time to time. So the three challenges are digital divide, digital literacy, and also the lack of human connection in the digital era. Okay, moving on to the first point, digital divide. As we all know, recent statistics shown that almost 25% of Malaysian households were not able to access to the internet. So this not only make it hard for our students to access the materials that we provide for them, but also widens the gap of students who can achieve something and then those students who are left behind. So this is why teachers must come in very well equipped to cater to these gaps between those who have access to the internet and those who does not. So moving on to my second point, which is digital literacy. Now, living in an age where misinformation spreads like wildfire, and also uh, digital, sorry, digital misinformation spreads like wildfire, and also our digital footprint, which I might say be permanent there on the internet. So this is where we need to teach our students on how to navigate themselves when using the digital devices, and also browsing the internet and browsing the materials that we provide them. If not, we can say that during during the COVID-19 era, there were a lot of misinformation being spread across the internet. You know, all the fake data, fake death numbers. So things on the internet are uncontrollable. So this is where teachers with skills need to remind the students on how to use the internet and not only scroll TikToks every day and not doing TikTok trends. Right, students? All looking down, like my class. Okay, moving on to the third point, which is uh, when we dwell in the digital era, we might feel like we are constantly losing the human feeling or human connection during our lessons. So as our classroom is getting more, I would say, getting more digital, some school, I hope my class gets more digital. Uh, so teachers need to be prepared to cater towards the student, or not only providing slides or not providing videos and that. Just like teachers, okay, here's a video and do your homework. That's it. No, cannot, because there are some cases who students feel longing. You know, they need the warmth or the compassion of a teacher to be there with them. So this thing is very crucial during the COVID-19 era. We can see a lot, including myself. I was still a university student back during COVID era. See, all the judges, wow, so young, this teacher. Yes, I was part of the COVID-19 era, first batch of online classes. So I know the struggle. I know how it feels to be not to be there with your lecturers while your lecturer is teaching, and also not only students but also teachers face the same difficulties. I still remember my lecturers going, how to present the slides. Do you know where to press? So now they know. Now they know. Now they know. See, that is us teachers. We evolve together. We evolve. We must do anything, do or die for our students. But then our students are still not appreciating us. Students. Okay, those were the 3 points that I wanted to share today. Digital divide. So we need to reduce the divide. We need to prepare suitable uh, devices for our students to be able to access to what we want to give to them. Reduce the improve digital literacy among teachers and also among students. And last but not least, improve human connections in this digital era. So as we embark on journey of building a Madani nation, let's not forget to be inspired educators and also be someone full of compassion toward our students. Let's not forget, the real treasure is not on what we achieve as educators, but what lies in the heart of our students. That is all for me, and if I don't see you again, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wait, how do I put this mic back? Help, help.
Thank you. The time taken by the second participant is 6 minutes 47 seconds. We shall now call upon the third participant. Please welcome.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. After secondary education, I went to my mother one day and said, Mom, I want to be a teacher just like you. She turned around and asked, Are you mad? Esteemed judges, fellow teachers and friends, please don't misunderstand. My mother was just worried that I couldn't handle the pressure. According to a study by the Sultan Idris Education University, teaching is one of the most stressful jobs. In fact, twice as stressful as the ordinary white collar job. Yet at that moment, I decided that I wanted to step outside my comfort zone. So 6 years later, I completed my teacher's training education and was posted to my first school. Now, when a teacher enters a new school for the first time, no matter what religion he practices, he will suddenly remember God and say, God, please give me good students. Please give me good students. I guess the day I prayed, God was busy. Introducing Year 6 Cyber, a group of the most notorious kids in school. They refused to do their homework, they were disobedient, and teachers that came to school feeling delighted left the class feeling defeated. I was so worried. I thought I would go mad. Therefore, I decided to step outside my comfort zone and bring them to the computer lab just to win their hearts over. And this decision changed me. You should have seen the look on their faces. They were glowing at the sight of the computers, the LCD, and the projection on the wall. Yet, despite their eagerness to begin the class, they faced a major problem. They didn't know how to operate the machines. Excuse me, sir. How do you turn the computer on? Excuse me, sir. How do you search on Google? Excuse me, sir. Do you press the left side or the right side of the mouse? Wait a minute. Isn't this the 21st century? Am I not teaching a group of Generation Alpha babies, the so called first generation to be born in the modern era, the ones so called to be immersed in technology since birth? Then why did I have a group of them who didn't even know how to use backspace to remove a typo? I spent the entire hour teaching them the basics of using the computer, including new vocabularies such as mouse, keyboard, and screen. I even included a fun Kahoot quiz just to revise the vocabularies. And when the bell rang, none of them wanted to leave. After class, one of my students, Aimi, came to me and said, Thank you, sir. This is my first time playing Kahoot and using the computer. Aimi, what happened? You're already in year 6. Didn't any of the teachers bring you to the computer lab when you were in year 4 or year 5? Her answer, COVID-19, sir. We didn't get a chance. My friends, have you ever missed out on anything because you never had the chance? From that day on, I pushed myself to continue to step outside my comfort zone again and again and again. And with the help of parents and teachers, we managed to turn the tables around and make Year 6 Cyber love learning again. In fact, before they graduated, they even delivered presentations in English using Microsoft PowerPoint. And it was at that moment that we knew we had made a difference. My mother may have said that I was mad for choosing to be a teacher. Even I felt that it was mad that I was assigned to a class like 6 Cyber. But I realized if I didn't choose to step outside my comfort zone, I wouldn't have had the chance to do my part in making a difference. I now realize that MAD, mad, isn't crazy. MAD, mad, stands for making a difference. How about all of you here today? There must have been a reason why you chose to be a teacher, why you chose to dive into the education world, taking up one of the most stressful jobs and embarking on a mission to raise a generation. My friends, Teachers' Day are just around the corner. And this year, we embrace the fact that digital savvy teachers are the aspiration of a Madani nation. To help us with this, the Ministry of Education has launched the Digital Education Policy, outlining 4 objectives, 6 trusts, 18 strategies, and 41 initiatives. Let us all uphold this mission by choosing to step outside our comfort zones and doing our part in making a difference. It could be as simple as bringing your class to the computer lab or conducting a fun Kahoot quiz in class. Let us all work hand in hand to embrace digital education and to do our part in revolutionizing education and teaching. If we do this, we can transform all the other 6 cybers that are present throughout Malaysia today. It's not easy, but together, if we are able to choose to step outside our comfort zone and MAD, we can make a difference together. My friends, I invite you, let's be mad and make a difference together. Back to you.
Thank you. And it's back to me again. Okay, the time taken by the third participant is 6 minutes 59 seconds. We shall now move on with our next participant, the 4th participant. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin by asking you a question. Now, hands up those of you who are confident in your ability to use technology to support your success. Show of hands. Brilliant. Why am I asking this question? Like it or not, we have come to believe in the promise of technology, its potential to improve our lives in new and exciting ways, which is why Guru Jauhari Digital, Aspirasi Negara Madani, is chosen to be the theme of the year. A very good afternoon to the Master of Ceremony, Timekeeper, panel of the judges, and everyone present today. Ladies and gentlemen, especially teachers, my esteemed colleagues. Do you remember the subsequent impact of the movement control order? The privilege of teaching in classrooms was suddenly stripped from us, and we were adept to remote instruction. We were compelled to adapt to remote instruction. Paradoxically, numbers of teachers, as established YouTubers and TikTokers, were spiraled. Innovative teaching methods such as AGIs, green screen, smartboards were finally integrated, and virtual platforms like Zoom and Google Meet, previously underutilized, became indispensable tools for educators, isn't it? According to the Star, Madani is explained as an acronym encapsulating several core values. And it essentially reflects a Malaysia's ideal vision, a nation characterized by prosperity and citizens who embody strong moral principles. Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka denotes Jauhari as someone who possesses expertise in a certain field. Consequently, the phrase Guru Jauhari Digital refers to teachers with digitally skilled and competencies. Thus, the overarching interpretation of the theme suggests that teachers with digital competencies are instrumental in realizing Malaysia's Madani vision. This vision invites a journey to a Madani future with digitally skilled teachers. To illustrate, I shall enlighten you in 3 relatable avenues: sustainable development, human capital empowerment, and moral enhancement. First and foremost, the notion of sustainable development with a focus on fiscal sustainability. Ever since MCO, we saw an unprecedented number of online participants from all over Malaysia, especially the rural areas. James, in his article on Going Digital ELT, has pointed out that this was the first instance in Sabah where 22 districts representing nearly all of Sabah took part. The proliferation of online competitions has allowed students to partake at various levels, transcending geographical barriers, thereby reducing the dependency on physical infrastructure and other resources. Remarkably, Pensiangan, often considered one of the most underdeveloped districts in Sabah, has achieved second runner-up in the upper poetry writing competition that year. A round of applause, please. Yes, this achievement did not just prove the powerful digital competencies can be, but it foresees the potential for improving educational equity. All in all, honestly, that was just a mere English carnival if you see it that way. But imagine the aptitude it carries to the rest of the system. Teachers can bridge the gap between rural and urban educational opportunities. By leveling the playing field, we create a more inclusive economy essential to foster a robust and sustainable Madani future. Secondly, the aspect of human capital empowerment to foster human creativity. When teachers are empowered, success are bound to flourish. Do you agree? Good. Now, these are evident in many individuals, teachers who are making changes through technology. My very own friend, Cikgu Khalifa Afnan, teaching all the way in the rural district of Keningau, was awarded Cikgu Juara Digital 2023 for his digital competencies. Now, as a certified Google educator, he led the ICT unit, won international robotic contest, led a pedalaman maker spaces, and the creativity list keeps evolving. And he is one of many other teachers who were able to design and execute learning experiences more efficiently because of digital competencies. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, instead of caring about all these data consuming data processes, we are actually lucky to have digital competencies to save our time and lives, and reaching more students by providing them with personalized education. With consistency, a Madani future with global citizenship in mind would be just at the tip of our fingers. Lastly, moral enhancement. Over the years, teachers have been cultivating civics, moral, and knowledge to students in every possible way, even without digital skills. Am I right? But let's face it, as the world digitized, moralizing human is becoming laborious. Let's be honest and let's get back to track. We live in the era of digital natives. If we fail to adapt, we risk losing the ability to connect with our students. Many of you might be familiar with Zeki Rana, Sir Asai, and there's another one. Can you name it? I leave it to you to search for it. There are those content creators / educators who are making changes every day by life lessons and giving important information throughout digital presence like YouTube and TikTok. Through this digital presence, we are creating and providing teachers with unique opportunity to disperse diverse range of cultures, ideas, and perspectives important to foster empathy, tolerance, and respect within our communities. Now, this is crucial to characterize a Madani future. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let's embark on the journey that we've embarked upon today. We've delved into the ways how being digitally competent can foster sustainability, enhance morality, equity in education, that creates a ripple effect that extend beyond classroom and goes broader into the society. However, we must remember to navigate the digital world with caution and integrity. We have a role to be educators, influencers, and navigators. And it's important for us to be there for the students in order for a Madani vision and a Madani future to be fulfilled. So I urge all of you to come with me and let's embrace this year's theme with an open heart and mind. Let's harness our digital skills so that a Madani future with digitally skilled teachers can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you to our fourth participant. The time taken by the fourth participant was 8.09 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our fifth participant. Please welcome.
Check.
Thank you, Ms. Azura, Master of Ceremony, honorable judges, timekeeper, distinguished guests, fellow participants, teachers, friends, and the little ones over there. A very good afternoon, everyone. It brings me great honor and pleasure to be here today with my speech, Revolutionizing Education Through New Age Educators. But just before we dive into my topic, I'd like to jog your memory back to the dark times that shrouded not only our country, but the entire world about 4 years ago. The COVID-19 pandemic, it crippled economies and healthcare, shut down travel, kept families apart, and put people out of jobs. But there is one thing it could not stop. Learning continued to happen, and not even a global health crisis could stop teachers from teaching or students from learning. And it was all thanks to the digital apps, initiatives, and platforms that were swiftly put into place by our ministry to ensure that no child is left behind. That pandemic taught us a very valuable lesson, however painful it may have been for all of us, that in order for us to achieve access and equity, teachers who are digitally competent is key. So, learning from the past and moving into the future, the Ministry of Education recently launched the Digital Education Policy. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, come along with me as we explore 3 major roles that we, new age educators, can play to ensure the success of the policy and revolutionize the system to support a digital Malaysia. Educators as learners, educators as creators, and finally, educators as catalysts of change. Let's begin. Educators as learners. I'm sure you're all familiar with the term born with a silver spoon. I believe now I would like to petition to change it to born with a silver tablet. Or, if you're not a fan of Android, born with a silver iPhone. Digital technologies are so pervasive that learners are being exposed to it from such a young age. And in order to support their learning, one of the key thrusts mentioned in the digital education policy is to create educators who are digitally competent. And I believe in order for us to be digitally competent, we need to be thirsty for digital knowledge. We now have at our disposal resources, tools, and modules that transcend man-made borders. Delima, the government initiative, for example, brought major industry players such as Microsoft, Google, and Apple all under one roof. Google Classroom, for example, allows us to grade students, give assignments, and even turn in our lesson plans in an instant. The era of going at the photocopying machine that decides to stop working and malfunction in the middle of an important printing job is now, thankfully, behind us, out the door. Canva Pro, for example, allows us to experiment with quirky designs so that young minds, like the ones in front of me, do not have to sit through boring slideshow presentations. We now have teachers learning how to fly drones and opening drone clubs in schools. And you may wonder, how do we get all these knowledge? Well, fret not. We have several teacher sharing sessions, PLCs, and even YouTube tutorials. Websites such as Google Education and Coursera are now offering free digital services and certification for teachers. Dear teachers, learning how to optimize these technologies at our disposal is a powerful weapon. It can make the classroom infinitely more engaging, meaningful, and fun for our learners. Teaching in the digital era, I believe, is a bit of a hike up the mountain. The journey up there is long and arduous, but the view, it's rewarding. Therefore, let's all learn to become learners. That is perhaps the best gift we can give our children. My second point for today, educators as creators. Now, another main aim of the digital education policy is to create a digital ecosystem that is relevant to the local culture and setting. It was indeed a brilliant effort by the ministry to launch the Edufluencer campaign to encourage teachers to harness the power of social media in a more positive and meaningful way. It warms my heart to see local teachers using stories from their local communities to illustrate their points. I have now seen the sandy beaches of Kuala Terengganu to the historical sites of Malacca, all through virtual reality lessons held by our very own teachers. YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook is now flooded with positive contents that are relatable to the students and close to their hearts. Inadvertently, we are serving as a role model for our students. We are teaching them that if we embrace digitalization in a positive manner, it is definitely good for us to become a digital nation. And it can make our country shine even brighter on the world's digital map. Ladies and gentlemen, my third point, educators as catalysts of change. We now have big terminology surrounding us. We have big data analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality. Now, the government has done their part in keeping up with the times. They are the gatekeepers who have made policies and reforms. Many stakeholders were consulted, from officers holding coveted degrees from prestigious universities to key industry players that bring in millions in revenues. But I believe that our voice should be the loudest. Why? Because we are the main link between societies, communities, and the government. Without us, without our voice, we cannot hope to see the change that we want to see in a more digital world. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, embracing the digital ways of life can do so many beautiful things. Therefore, together as the new age educators, let's first be learners and then creators, and finally be the catalyst of the world that we wish to change. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Our fifth participant. The time taken was 7.25 minutes. Let us now call our sixth participant to be on the stage. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I bid to the honorable judges, the MCs, members of the floor, and especially a very special bid to my fellow educators. Today, I'm taking a different approach. Usually, I would be the kind of teacher who would sit behind all those gadgets and technologies, manning them, making sure everything is going as planned. I did not take the front stage. Instead, I work on the back. But today, I'm taking this center stage just to share you my passion and also my experience so that it can be a reminder to us as educators. My topic today is human bridge. Why educators are irreplaceable in this digital era. Ladies and gentlemen, why do I bring this topic? Because it is very close to me and myself. Okay, let me start. Have you guys heard of TVPSS? I hope you do. To me, that is my life. At first, I was posted. I involved myself in this initiative from the KPM. But I have to admit, during the early years, I made a blunder. Let me share you a story. As a teacher, I know I need to equip myself with all these skills and technology knowledge so that I can deliver to the students, so that they can be as good as me, as competent as me. Whatever that I do, I want them to do it better. But in the end, I realized I made a mistake. I did not count in the aftermath of what I did. I did not actually calculate the damage that I just did to my students. Why? Because when I deliver all the knowledge to my kids, all the technological information that they need, I forgot to be the gatekeeper. I forgot to set a barrier. I forgot to guide them. Instead, the first generation of the TVPSS crew that I produced turned out to be, what do I say, influences, but in a bad way. They did some things that we might condemn in a way. And it is sad for me to see that my product has become such. Ladies and gentlemen, as educators, let me serve you as a reminder. Technology can give us everything. It can make our life easy. It can provide us with everything we need to assist us in our everyday life. But we need to remember two questions. Number one, does technology provide our children with empathy? Does it impart empathy? Number two, does technology actually invoke curiosity to them to learn? Let us start by taking a jog back during our school years. Everybody, can you imagine yourself in a classroom? Help me out here. Imagine yourself in a classroom back when you were in school. Everybody is sitting in the respective places. on their chairs, and there's a teacher standing in front of you. Imagine that teacher, that particular teacher. Everybody has one teacher in mind, correct? Yes. Why do you choose that teacher to be in your imagination? Because that teacher matters. That teacher actually has done something to you that made you who you are now. That teacher is the interesting person who makes the lesson comes alive. That teacher is the one that you look upon. That is the teacher that we should be. The teacher who actually be with us along the journey of learning. Ladies and gentlemen, being a teacher is not easy. I know it's a difficult job, but we still take it. Why? Some of us have no idea at all. We just jump into this profession and we go along the way. But let me assure you, whenever that you decided to jump, you did not jump for nothing. You jumped with all your heart. You jumped through everything. When you jumped, you made sure you reached the bottom. And once you reach the bottom, you made a difference. I'm sure everybody has the same aspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, second question, can technology spark our curiosity in learning, especially the children? Children are natives when it comes to digital era. But us, we are the one who's responsible to invoke curiosity when it comes to learning. They don't just want to be users. We don't want our children to be users of technology. We want them to incorporate the technology into learning new knowledge, finding something new. We don't just want them to be internet consumers. We want them to be internet users, a responsible user. That is our job as a teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end my speech, I would like to end with a reminder that whenever we provide a gadget to our children, we did not provide them with access to the world, but instead we provide the world access to them. With that, I end my speech. Thank you.
Thank you to our sixth participant. And the time taken was 7.08 minutes. Next, we would like to invite our next participant, the seventh participant.
Mic test 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1, 2, 3. A little girl sat quietly in a corner, watching her father work on his desktop. She decided to ask him a question that had been bothering her. Pitaji, Pitaji, she said, do you think I will ever get to use a computer in school and maybe do my homework with my friends? I'm so bored in school. And do you think there will ever come a time when I don't have to carry my textbooks to school? My school bag is so heavy. My fellow teachers, that was me more than 2 decades ago. And look at where we are today. Children are still lugging heavy backpacks to school despite having access to digital libraries. Why haven't our ways changed? Why are children still carrying heavy backpacks to school? Are we giving them enough space and opportunities to move towards a digital society? Or are we going to wait another 20 years before we make a change? A case in point, as mentioned by my previous speakers as well, during the COVID-19, We were all thrown in the deep end where we had to fully rely on technology. It was a tough time for all of us, but we did it. The technicalities, the Google Classrooms, the digital libraries, even giving digital worksheets. This was a big leap of change, but we did it. We made the impossible possible. Unfortunately, so many of us have stopped. We have stopped exploring, we have stopped experimenting, and we have gone back to the usual chalk and talk approach. Now, digitalization is already part and parcel of our daily lives, and if we don't adopt and adapt this, we will be left behind. This is why it is so crucial for all of us here to be a Guru Jauhari Digital, which brings me to my topic for today. Guru Jauhari Digital, where do I begin? My fellow educators, esteemed judges, members of the floor, a very warm welcome I bid to all of you. To me, a Guru Jauhari Digital is someone who teaches and guides students, isn't afraid of technology, and doesn't shy away from helping others navigate the digital landscape. And I am here today to share with all of you a 3-step process based on my personal experience on where to begin to be a Guru Jauhari Digital. Think of me as a constructive dissenter, an optimistic challenger, a gentle provoker. Now, the first and probably the most important step is to have change in mindset. When I say change in mindset, I mean a shift in perspective towards technology and digitalization. Now, this isn't something that happens overnight, but we teachers must continue to take small yet bold steps to come out of our comfort zone and embrace the confidence in facing the challenges in being digital migrants. Attend courses, talk to your friends and peers, use digital resources like Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and Telegram to gain more information. D. Moore, the past CEO of Intel, once said that technology will double every 3 years. And it is up to us teachers to constantly be up to date with the latest technology so that we are not left behind. Which brings me to my second step, exploring and experimenting. Now you've had a shift in mindset. Got to start to explore and experiment. We are like our students, my fellow teachers. We need hands-on activities to better understand technology, to be able to use it in our classroom. And one platform that is readily available for all of us to use is Delima. I'm sure you have all heard of Delima, right? Yes. So Delima, explore Delima and what it has to offer. Use Canva, create a poster, create a quizzes on your phone, and use it as a reward for your students. Explore AI-powered games like Kahoot and Minecraft, and how AI can help us in our education. ChatGPT, for example. Whether we like it or not, AI is here to stay. In March 2024, Yang Berhormat Fadlina Siddiq announced that AI basics will be integrated in the primary school curriculum. And it is up to us, teachers, the agent of transformation, who's going to make this dream come true. And now on to my final step in this 3-part process is, do not forget to celebrate your success. Be proud of yourself. Be proud of the effort that you have put in this growth. Because my fellow teachers, you matter. You matter to all of us. For without you, we will not have a digitally literate society as envisioned in the National Digital Education Policy. And as per my definition of what Guru Jauhari Digital is, once you have gained this knowledge, do not forget to share the knowledge. Share it with your friends, share it with your peers. Be that catalyst of change within your school community. For when you have a community, you are empowered, you feel confident, and then you can go further. So my fellow red pen fighters, teachers are the gems needed in building the characters of tomorrow, instilling not just knowledge, but also resilience, empathy, and a thirst for knowledge, as outlined in one of the 7 Teras, Karomah Insania. We want to build a nation that is digitally fluent, but with the right moral values. So my fellow teachers, let us stand hand in hand in building thousands of Cikgu L who shares his digitalization on YouTube. Let's create thousands of Cikgu Anutra who help create Tanum Innovation Center. And let's build thousands of Muhammad Nizam Saidin who under his leadership created 93 MIE certified teachers in Kedah. Together, we can make a profound difference in the life of our students. Let the questions of the little girl with the 2 braids and yellow ribbons be answered. And let's encourage the emergence of new questions by creating room for exploration and further exploration. Thank you.
Thank you to our 7th participant. And the time taken was 6.58 minutes. Next, we would like to invite our 8th participant. Please welcome.
Mic checking 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. It was my first day in school. I was this novice teacher and I was given the canteen duty. So I was watching the kids having their lunch and something caught my eyes. I saw this little boy, curly haired, he was going around with his green container of food, offering his to his friend. And my fascination came to an abrupt end when he arrived before me. He was offering me his food. I was puzzled. I didn't know how to respond. Do I say yes and accept? Do I say no and reject? Will I break his little heart? But before I make my grand move, I wanted to be sure. So I asked him, what is it exactly that he was offering? Without much hesitation, he leaned towards me and he said, Udang bakari, sir. I went, what? Then he looked around and came back. Udang sir, udang. Now, in this hall, we have 2 types of people. One, you know exactly what udang is. The other, you're clueless. So for your information, udang is monitor lizard. So this boy was offering me monitor lizard curry. Long story short, I refused his offerings very politely. I told him that I've had my lunch and I lied to him that I was full. I lied. So first box, take as a teacher. First day of school. Anyway, this episode of mine is a testament that students are generally clean slates. They are innocent beings. At the same time, they are very curious. They push you to the boundaries. They test your patience and they make you question your moral stance at times. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the floor, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day. My topic for today, the 3 C's. And in front of me is an ensemble of teachers, seasoned educators. Probably you have seen enough C's in your life. What are some of the C's that you can think of? Control, criticize, caning. All right, we are not going to get there. The first C of my speech for today is care. In my personal view, one of the biggest misconceptions about teachers and teaching generally is that we teach. Do you think so? I don't think so. I think what we essentially do primarily is we care. Then the teaching comes later. We care about our students' potential. We care about their shortcomings. We care about their comfort. And we also care about their safety. And with care comes understanding. With this understanding, you begin to see your students as individuals and you cater to their individual needs, be it digital, be it social, be it as simple as classroom arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the next C of my speech: connect. Malaysia is truly a melting pot of diverse beliefs and ethnicities. And we, teachers, have to truly embody the core values, the Malaysia Madani values that make our country great. It is especially so because you will be teaching students of different walks of life. And their sensibilities, their sensitivities, their tolerance could be distinctly different than yours. I used to have an issue with my year 4 class. Unfinished homework, looking uninterested all the time, horrible handwriting. So I ended up giving them more homework. This is the problem with teachers. We habitually think that homework will fix all the learning problems that we have in the classroom, doesn't it? I'm not sure how far it works, but it did. For me, it didn't. So sooner I realized that I have to change my approach to the classroom. So what I did, the same exact lesson, I played a YouTube video by a random Indian teacher on YouTube, with very thick Indian accent. So the kids were very interested to watch the video, and I set the task on quizzes rather than on whiteboard. And voila, they managed to get all the answers correctly. So when you deal with issues in hand and when you connect with the students, you soon realize that problems you face are not necessarily have to be met or solved using typical approaches. You just have to invent. Ladies and gentlemen, the last C of my speech, communicate. Perhaps the most important one. In my school, the same school as Udum Bekari, I had a problem. I did not hear my students exchanging social greetings. No good mornings, no good afternoons, and nothing. So being this overzealous teacher, very strict-minded, strict teacher, I took the mic on one day during the morning assembly. I said, students, I want you to greet your teacher good morning every time you see them. Do I make myself clear? And the students answered in unison, yes, sir. I was so glad. I was so glad. And I began to see some positive changes. I could see them greeting each other, good morning, every single day. And I was happy with the fact that I have instilled one of the Malaysia Madani value even 10 years back. Even Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim didn't know about these values at that time. But I've already instilled respect within my students and the community in the school. But everything was going smoothly, really smoothly, until one day I met my student in Pasar Malam. This boy saw me through the crowd and he shouted, "Good morning, sir." It was 9 at night. And then I realized that I have not made myself very clear. So sooner or later, I realized that I have to make sure I communicate effectively because I do not only get the message across, I also want them to be excellent communicators as envisioned in the Malaysian Education Blueprint. Ladies and gentlemen, teachers will have to equip themselves with the 21st century skills so that we can stay relevant. In the words of Sir Ken Robinson, if we teach our children today as we taught yesterday, we rob them of their tomorrow. With that, I thank you.
Thank you to our eighth participant. And the time taken was 7.45 minutes. We will now invite our next participant, the ninth participant. Please welcome.
Mic test. Good day, esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen, timekeeper, and members of the floor. Now, let me see a raise of hand if any one of you here has ever watched the movie Jurassic Park. Yeah. Now, imagine the park as my classroom. And imagine me having like all these many different species of dinosaurs running around in a classroom. So, how do I make all these dinosaurs feel seen, heard, and valued? How do I know each and every dinosaur's strengths, weaknesses, and learning styles like the back of my hand? Now, in this rapidly evolving landscape of education, where screens seem to have replaced textbooks and chalkboards, where algorithms are also as important as textbooks, it's easy to feel like we're slowly losing touch of what truly made learning meaningful. Take a guess. What is that? No? Okay. It's human connection. So I stand before you today not to lament about the rise of digital education, but rather to advocate for its humanization. But first, let's address the misconception that technology replaces human interaction in education. In my opinion, that's not entirely the case. You see, while digital tools and applications can enhance the learning experiences for our learners, they can never, I repeat, they can never replicate empathy, encouragement, and inspiration that a human teacher can provide. So the question is, the elephant in the room is, how do we bridge the gap between technology and humanity in education? In my opinion, one crucial aspect is forging a sense of community in the digital space. You see, just as how students bond in a physical classroom setting, they can also form meaningful connections online. So on that basis, I believe we should design curricula and syllabus that prioritize human connection. And that means incorporating interactive elements, fostering collaborative virtual learning environments, and providing ample opportunities for students to have meaningful engagement online. Teachers can take the opportunity to create online forums, virtual discussion boards, as well as group projects that allow students to come together, learn, and support each other online. By nurturing a sense of belonging in our students, only then are they empowered to take charge of their own learning and engage actively in the process, even in the virtual realm. On top of that, I believe that personalization is also key to humanizing digital learning. How so, you may ask? You see, technology allows us to tailor our educational content to each student, to individual needs, preferences, and learning styles. And it is widely known that there are many abundance of adaptive online learning platforms like Cookbooks, Pearson Interactive Labs, Adaptame, Smart Sparrow, etc. These platforms, they are there, available, readily available online, but they can't really replicate what a human teacher can provide. What they do is they analyze students' performance and deliver personalized recommendations that best suit each student's needs in the learning process. However, they cannot provide the element of human touch that our students very much need in the classroom setting or even in other learning settings. So, by catering to each student's level of understanding and pace of learning, only then can we ensure that no one is left behind. But it is wise to note that personalization goes beyond algorithms. In the world of artificial intelligence, where algorithms can curate content and assess students' performance, we have to understand that the role of teacher should not be diminished, but elevated. Humanizing digital education requires to remember that it requires genuine engagement and understanding from our part as educators. Teachers, we need to take the time to get to know our learners, learn about their aspirations, their interests, and even their personal challenges in life. Through building rapport and trust, we as educators can create a safe and thriving environment for our learners where they feel safe and comfortable enough to freely express themselves, to take risks, and to eventually take charge of their own learning. But let's be clear about one thing, that it is undeniable that the journey towards humanizing digital education comes with its own sets of challenges. But in my opinion, the rewards are immense. You see, as we navigate the ever-changing landscape of education, let's not forget that behind every click, there is a learner seeking connection, inspiration, and growth. Behind every screen, there's a real human teacher carving connection and understanding, providing support and guidance in their own unique ways. With that, I would like to call everyone to action. Together, let's strive towards making digital education a truly human experience. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The time taken is 6.54 minutes for the 9th participant. Next, we would like to invite our 10th participant. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you today? Great. I'm here today to talk about digital dynamos. Educators who lead a Malaysia's digital transformation. Digital dynamos are experts in their own way. They are knowledgeable, they are competent, they are skillful, and they can turn a classroom into a digital environment-friendly classroom. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia Madani is not an idea of something fancy to look at. It is a clear vision of how a digital dynamo needs to transform Malaysia and shine in the digital world. Let me share with you an interesting story about a teacher in Penang. This teacher, she turned a rural school which was struggling, a rural school which was poorly maintained. At first, she didn't want to become a teacher. But after looking at the condition of the school, she changed her mind. She jumped in to help the school. With the ambition she had, with the learning desire she had, She brought in technologies into the classroom. She taught coding. She taught robotics. She made students win competitions. Despite many challenges she faced, she managed to pull through. She became the Google certified teacher and a coach. She showed other colleagues, the whole school, society in the school, to use technologies in the classroom. Even though at first some of the teachers were resentful, but she kept pushing them forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this story shows how one person's determination can create wonderful opportunities for others. This story shows one person's determination create more rooms to develop digitally. Ladies and gentlemen, she is only one person, but her effort is far-reaching. We want Malaysia to look forward and to participate in the digital age. We want teachers like that who can transform society around and embrace technology in education. She is one person who is a true dynamo, who is a true digital dynamo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's imagine we are living in a country where everyone is digital savvy. It's so beautiful to look at when we can imagine every one of us are digital savvy. This is a vision from our Rukun Negara. This is a vision where we are progressing. We are looking forward. We are moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, to move forward, we need more digital dynamos like the teacher just now. We want every individual to be digital savvy, to be called that we are in the Malaysia Madani. Malaysia is a beautiful country. We need to be together, united, stay together, and help our country to move forward. We are the dynamos, teachers. We are the dynamos. You are the dynamos. You are the powerful transformation tool behind the nation. You have the power to change the nation. You have the strength to change and move forward to bring a forward-thinking and forward-looking Malaysian society. Teachers, be a digital dynamo and change where we are. We have to move forward and look forward to change Malaysia and shine in the digital world. A digital dynamo for Malaysia Madani. Thank you.
Thank you. Participant, the 10th participant with the time taken 7.03 3 minutes. Who would like to call our next participant, the 11th one? Please welcome.
Check. Wingardium Leviosa. Dear Mr. Potter, there's a new spellcaster in town, and they're armed with Google Classroom, Kahoot games, and unlimited broadband data. Teachers are the wizards of the future. You heard me. Assalamualaikum, and a resplendent afternoon Nabi to our sagacious adjudicators, rows of highly prestigious teachers, dedicated timekeepers, and last but not least, my fellow survivors of the great Zoom revolution. Welcome to the magical world of education. Now, you might be wondering why I said wizard. Aren't they supposed to wear pointy hats and cast spell using wands? But fear not. Today I shall enlighten you that teaching is no an ordinary profession. It requires a special kind of magic, a magic that can transform a classroom into a realm of wonder, curiosity, and endless possibility. Today, we embark on a journey into the unknown, a journey that is filled with memes, emojis, and virtual reality field trips. Ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed, allow me to lay out the potion ingredients for today. Firstly, we're going to be looking at the history point of view, how the education system has transformed over the course of history. Secondly, we're going to through the changes and challenges in digital education. And lastly, I shall instill hope that a change is for the better. In this rapidly evolving world where the boundaries between physical and digital realms blur, the role of education has become more prominent than ever before. Well, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, gather round as we take a trip down memory lane, a history that has forever been altered by a tiny invisible foe called COVID-19. Yes, it is a tale of how this pestilent virus has forced us educators to trade in our dusty chalkboards for shiny brand new laptops and to embrace the new world called digital education. Picture it. It is like a plot twist in a bad disaster movie. COVID-19 came crashing into our lives like an uninvited party guest. Suddenly, schools were closed. We, teachers, were forced and trembling to figure out how to use Zoom. But fear not. In the face of adversity, we educators rose to the occasion like Merlin of digital age. Overnight, we became Professor Dumbledore of Google Classroom. And the next day, we became Lord Voldemort in the art of muting our kids when they play around in our Google Classroom. Abracadabra. According to www.educationcorner.com 2024, Google Classroom has become one of the most preferred learning app by many educators out there because it shifts the teaching paradigm. And that is you and me, ladies and gentlemen. We are the wielders of Google Classrooms. Be proud of yourself. Let's go to the second part of the speech, changes and challenges in digital education. Let's start with the joy of video conferencing, shall we? It is like hosting a dinner party where half of your guests have their cameras turned off and a person who is always on mute. But hey, who need a social cue when you got virtual backgrounds and lots of emoji for reaction, right? Next on the list, the second one, online assessment. You spend hours and hours trying to craft a perfect, impeccable exam only to be foiled by a student who suddenly discovers the magic of Control C and Control V. Voila, a perfect score in your exam in it. But perhaps the greatest challenge of all time in digital education is to keep our young learners out there engaged in online learning. Between TikTok dancers and Netflix bingers, it is a wonder that they remember that they have a class, and let alone to turn up for it. Focus, focus, don't you dare lose focus, my fellows educators. On the bright side, there's a sense of boundless possibility. We are not just creating a future, we are reshaping it. With every click, swipe, and download, we are opening doors into new worlds, new ideas, and new ways of thinking, which brings me to my final point: hope. It is suffice to say that we teachers are the beacon of hope. Therefore, we have to brave this horrendous journey no matter what we think. As wizards of the future, we are more than just facilitators of learning. We have the power to conjure knowledge out of thin air, to inspire students to reach for the stars, and to transform even the most mundane subject into a magical adventure and subsequently create a better Madani nation. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let us raise our wands, but in today's context, our smartphones or gadgets or whatever that you want to call them that we have today, and embrace this new world called digital education with courage and determination. Let us harness the potential technology that it has to offer to ignite the flames of curiosity, creativity, and lifelong learning in the hearts and minds of our students. May your coffee be strong, your Wi Fi connection be stronger, and your hearts unwavering in the face of endless Zoom meetings and forgotten passwords. With that, I thank you. Teachers are the wizards of the future.
Thank you to our 11th participant. And the time taken by the 11th participant was 6.47 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition will continue with our 12th participant. Please welcome.
Mic test. Okay. Sorry. Every good lessons begin with a warm-up. Would you agree? So let's do a very quick activity today. I just need everybody to raise your hand and let me see what are you holding now, please. All right. Be truthful and don't shy. Don't be shy. Don't shy away. All right. Phone. So go suddenly. Okay. Some papers and thank you. Some things I should not mention are here too. All right. From what I can see across the room, I think it is very obvious. It's very easy to conclude that technology has become so embedded in our life today that we literally use it for everything: communication, business, shopping, and most importantly, education. Before I delve deeper into my speech today, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon I bid to the wise jury and members of the floor. My topic today is rather simple and obvious. Digitalizing education catalyzes three E's in the big E itself: engagement, enhancement, and efficiency. Before I delve deeper, before we move on, let's walk down the memory lane. Do you remember the very first item of technology that you used in classroom, whether as teacher or as a student? I remember mine very vividly because the day when my teacher brought in a box-like machine into the classroom, we all gaped in awe. And we all wondered, is E.T. real? Of course not. Before that, we only had black and white papers and notes, thanks to mimeograph machine and robot stencils. And I remember the fun winding the handle. But that day, my teacher showed us the colorful notes written on clear films. Before those times, teachers used to spend hours, a lot of time and resources sketching illustrations on board. And sometimes Malaysia map looks like sleeping kittens. But today, imagine how convenient it has become that we can simply download high definition videos and high pixelated images within mere seconds to show to our students. I remember how my students suddenly asked, teacher, what does this look like? And me googling away at the speed of lightning. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow educators, the wise John Dewey once said, if we teach today as we did yesterday, we are robbing our children of tomorrow. So what is this depicting? We as teachers need to harness our skills with the latest advancement that the world has to offer. We need to cater to the digital needs of our students. And in line with this, the Ministry of Education has launched the National Digital Education Policy last year, not to just produce digitally competent students, but we want teachers who are able to integrate technology in lessons. Do you remember SKPM quality at Sekolah? We have 5 roles: correct, standard 4, as planner, controller, mentor, motivator, and assessor. So it's very evident how technology can help us be better teachers. First E is engagement. Whenever we talk about lessons, it's all about classroom participation, correct? We want students to be engaged. We want them to have fun learning and so forth. So just like what Shabir Yani in her research in 2015, we should continue to incorporate fun elements like videos, images, and songs to cater to the growing digital needs of our students. And secondly, remember how some students always shy away? They refuse to volunteer even when we need them to? How do we tackle this? We can simply use Padlet and Mentimeter and get the 100% responses from our students within seconds. Doable. The second E here, the very reason why we should incorporate technology in lesson is efficiency. Now we are talking about us, the teachers. We plan lessons. It's our core responsibilities. And I have to say how fortunate I am that today we have developed Google Classroom to ease us all. Remember those times when you literally have to carry around luggage, carrying your RPH book, RPH file, the textbook, the activity book, the reference book, the thesaurus, dictionaries, so much, correct? Today you need just a single device. Open multiple windows and voila, all done. Remember also how we always use our cameras on devices to take videos and take pictures. It's not just that. We can now utilize our device to look at our students' progress records. We no longer need to look at physical academic record papers. We can simply give our students tailored feedback in classroom with just a single device. Imagine. The third E is enhancement. Whenever we plan lessons, sometimes things just don't go our way, correct? Sometimes things that we anticipate will not happen. Sometimes with the most complex tasks, students suddenly finish early. And even with the simplest tasks, suddenly they ask, teacher, what's this and what's this? So what if we come to the class unprepared physically with all this wonderful borderless information and seamless sharing on the internet? We can simply give them the iPad or the devices and allow them a tailored lesson or a tailored activity to cater to the arising need. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am iterating here is rather obvious that technology indeed brings ease and efficiency to us all in so many aspects. And these are the words of a young teacher like me, but I hope that this reverberates through the whole nation, that we all work towards becoming digitally competent teachers to make the Madani nation a reality. I will be signing off, but hopefully not for long.
Thank you to our 12th participant with the time taken 7.10 minutes. Moving on with our 13th participant. Please welcome.
Mic test. Mic test 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1, 2, 3. Mic test. Mic test 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1, 2, 3.
I bought a phone worth a month of my salary. I know it sounds scary. My mother deemed me untrustworthy with money. She said, you could have bought food for the poor instead. So I told her, Mom, look here. I got the phone to record educational videos for my students. I want to teach them how is a volcano like. I want to show them real life superheroes and I want to teach them what is a tomato. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 months after I posted my first TikTok video, ironically the same time she takes to give birth to me, my videos have more than 1 million views. A total playtime of more than 700 hours, which is the same as traveling around the world on a plane 17 times, and have benefited 500,000 individuals, approximately the population of Kuantan, it seems. A perfect example how a tech-savvy educator like myself can aspire. A teacher, being an actor, and a content creator. Good day, everyone. Standing here today, you will be convinced that tech-savvy educator is the aspiration for Madani Malaysia policy. Ladies and gentlemen, being tech-savvy educators, we are focused on developing the Madani generation, focusing on developing sustainability, empowering prosperity, encouraging innovation, developing respect and trust, and building care and compassion. The Digital Native Agenda DNA 23 initiative is done to show us about future technologies that can be used to build a better Madani Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, technology and education runs parallel. However, technology presence is still minimal in today's classroom. So I did what was sensible. I stood in front of the magic mirror and asked the question, mirror, mirror on the wall, how can technology and education be on par once and for all? Do you think I received an answer? I didn't receive an answer for sure, but then it struck me The answer was staring right at me. It was me. It is you, and you. Technology will never replace great teachers, but in the hands of great teachers, technology is transformational. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I convince you how tech-savvy educators are the aspiration of Madani Malaysia. Would it shock you to learn that in the past 20 years, 2.93 million hectare of forest, approximately the size of Pahang, had been cut down due to deforestation? While development is inevitable, sustainability must take place. Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim in his book Membangun Negara Madani stated that the pure responsibility to ensure the well-being of all living things are the pure destiny of Madani concept. So the question starts now. How can tech-savvy teacher inculcate sustainability values in the classroom? Easy. Take the Google satellite image photo of before and after of the forest. Show students what are the effects when you carry out deforestation. Ladies and gentlemen, do you feel warm today? Yes. Why is it happening as such? Because we are failing in sustainability. Today is a perfect example. Show our students and let them to discuss. Tech-savvy educators can use the technology that they have, the input that they have to organize Google Meet and Zoom classes. What for? Inviting students from different schools, different districts, different states, and even different countries sit together. Let us hear their voice because they are the future Madani generation that will be helming the country to greater heights. And this is how tech-savvy educators can inculcate sustainability values using technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Hari Raya has just over. Can you tell me what's the most viral song for Hari Raya? Alamak, raya lagi. Kuih raya tak jadi-jadi. Ladies and gentlemen, the most viral Hari Raya song for 2024. Do you know the song is translated and sung in Tamil by an edufluencer, a tech-savvy teacher from Johor by the name of Mr. Prakash Kaliapan. He used his ICT skills to promote racial unity and encourage mutual respect among each other. Have you ever thought of a Hari Raya song being translated into other language before? No, he created a trend. He promoted prosperity, which is a part of Madani Malaysia today. Ladies and gentlemen, interest in math, science, and technology has decreased from 2019 to 2023. 81% of students said, I hate maths and science. This is scary, ladies and gentlemen, because maths and science are the core subject to build an innovative generation. So how can tech-savvy teachers do? Tech-savvy teachers can fully utilize the Digital Education Learning Initiative Malaysia platform, which offers various initiatives. They have artificial intelligence there. We just need to encourage them, show them the step, light it up so that they have the road towards success to understand. And therefore, tech-savvy teachers, once they bud the love into maths and science, watch how that love will nurture and grow into the Madani generation of innovative mind that we are looking forward to today. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are evident. Tech-savvy teachers make the difference to ensure Madani Malaysia concept can be revered. Why? For good governance, promote racial unity, promote sustainability, and at the end of the day, tech-savvy teachers are indeed the aspiration of Madani Malaysia. I end my speech with this phrase. Teachers do not make tea. We create ripples. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our 13 participants with a time taken 7.31 minutes. Last but not least, for the prepared speech category, let's welcome the 14th participant.
Test, test. Test. Test mic. Am I audible? Do you remember what happened 3 years ago? Millions of lives were lost. Schools were closed. And we teachers had to migrate to online teaching. Thank you, Ansi. Good afternoon, Salam Madani, Guru Guru Malaysia, and our beloved students. 3 years ago, I remember vividly the sleepless nights on creating Google Slides, navigating Google Classrooms, as well as simple as clicking the share button. What was more discouraging was the next day, only 3 out of 30 students turned up for the 7 a.m. class. I panicked, for real. What if my students couldn't do well for SPM? What if they couldn't enter the local universities because Cikgu failed to engage them in the digital classrooms? I recalled my wise mentor said, everything is hard before it is easy. Together, we teachers soldiered on. We persevered. We encouraged one another to attend webinars and upskill ourselves. And eventually, creating Google Forms, navigating Google Classrooms, and having online lessons seemed like a breeze and even fun. But the question now is, how do we bring the digital world into our classroom? I would like to honor my colleague, Cikgu Alice, who is going to retire in 2 months. Every morning, I would see Cikgu Alice lugging an LCD bag, handbag, a stack of 30 exercise books, extension cord, charger, and laptop on her bag, striding out the staircase, click-clack, 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 into the classroom. With a bright smile, she would greet the students, "Good morning, class." Cikgu Alice would seamlessly connect the LCD projector to her personal mobile hotspot. Think, why would Cikgu Alice go through this hassle 3 times a day, 5 times a week? The reason is very simple. She wants to provide the students with the best education possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the other day I was discussing with my students on this National Teachers' Day theme. And guess what? 90% of the students said yes. We agreed that teachers should be digital experts. The reason is simple. Because we are living in this era of digitalization. There is a minority compassionate group who said, it's okay, I don't need teachers who are digital experts. But I agree, teachers should know the basic of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, it is ideal if all Malaysian teachers are digital experts. But what is more important is to have teachers who teach from the heart,
We are talking about Negara Madani. We would like to have a nation that is compassionate, progressive, and harmonious. 5 years ago, we have this online cultural exchange with South Korea. It is a simple project in which our students will dress up proudly in their traditional costumes, promote our local food, and annyeonghaseyo to the Korean students all the way in Jeju Island. Somehow, this online cultural exchange led to a pen pal writing project with the objective of honing the writing skills. So I have this 17-year-old autistic child. He was looking at me. Miss Ho, have you sent my letters to Korea? I'm sorry, Loon. We have to wait for the entire class to submit and then we will ship it in bulk to Korea, okay? He nodded. 2 weeks later, he asked again, Miss Ho, have they received my letters? I'm sorry, we have to wait, yeah? Few weeks passed by. Miss Ho, are my letters in Korea? I'm sorry, you broke your promise. I was stunned. I was shocked and I was so embarrassed of myself. I have neglected the feeling of a child. Maya Angelou said, people will forget what you feel, what you said, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Ladies and gentlemen, one click connects us worldwide. One algorithm can solve a plight. One teacher can touch a soul. Be that teacher. Teach with technology and touch their souls. Thank you.
Thank you to our last participant for this category, and the time taken was 6.23 minutes. I should say a lot of thank you to the last participant because she's the only one who mentioned my name, MC. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall take a short break for 10 minutes. To our loyal and dedicated audience, please kindly stay with us or come back soon for the next category, the impromptu speech by our extraordinary participants in 10 minutes.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and again a pleasant day. I wish now to the MC, distinguished judges, esteemed teachers and audience, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the impromptu speech arena. And the lucky number one is back on the stage in action to talk about a topic that was just given to me a minute ago, which is the power of empathy in education. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you were given a superpower, what power would you request? As for me, I would like to have the power of to have empathy towards my students, the power to sympathize, and the power to inspire my learners. Why is that so? Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin this. We are here today talking so much about digitalization. We spoke about how important it is to be immersed in the world of technological advancements and how can we as teachers drive our learners forwards when it comes to the digital age. However, do we forget that we have learners coming from underprivileged backgrounds? We have students who may not have the devices that are needed for them to advance or to learn more in this digital age. Now, when we talk about having empathy in education, I feel that even though I'm feeling very strong about being digitalized, and every contestant has spoken so much about being digitalized, however, we must not forget what should we do when we are faced in these depths of problems or situations. How could we help our learners, ladies and gentlemen? Number one, putting it in perspective, I think that teachers must identify their learners and students. Who do we have in our classrooms? Sometimes, when we speak so much about giving them tasks, assigning them a digital, for example, asking them to look for online resources, but what if these pupils are the breadwinner of the family? What if they have to go back home and work till night just to support the family? Now, don't talk about having handphones or even laptops. They are there, the money that they have in their families are just to be spent over food on the table. Having said this, I think that teachers, we also have to be aware we come from different communities. We come from different backgrounds. And as I said, when we talk about inclusive education, for example, how do we include this kind of learners, underprivileged ones, so that they can also benefit from what we are discussing and talking so much about? So what do we do? What do we resort to doing? Ladies and gentlemen, I also believe, therefore, let us pool our resources together. Now, the NGOs and also the government section should work hand in hand. We should get and pull all these resources from other sectors as well to help the government sectors, to help the Ministry of Education. Because how many schools do we have in Malaysia? How many? We have tens of thousands. How do we cater to the needs of those in the rural areas, for example, in the pedalaman of Sabah and Sarawak? I'm very sure when we are talking about digital devices, how about they are even short of electricity? Now, let's have some empathy towards these students, these teachers. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to understand that even though we acknowledge, even though we embrace digitalization, but there are so many things that are still short when it comes to bringing technology in our classrooms, especially when these subset of students and communities are involved. Rural areas, our orang asli students and learners who who just go to school for sits, for example. Therefore, calling for everyone in action. Let us understand that no matter what the world is going forward, the digitalization is here to stay and even evolves at breakneck speed. Therefore, as a teacher, as educators, and school in general, we have to be prepared in what's coming. And also, we have to make sure that our PTAs, Parent Teachers Association, all the communities around us are working hand in hand so that we can tackle this problem. Power of empathy in education. To begin with, without students, without learners, there'll be no education. Without our clients, there'll be no digital tools or any digitalization. And I hope and I call for all of us to have more empathy and sympathy and bringing now our understanding, our power, our knowledge together on how could we help this set of communities and learners, for example. With that, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone. Lucky number one is exiting the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, our lucky number one. With minute? 4.3 minutes. Let us now move on to the next participant, the second participant. You have 1 minute to prepare, and the bell will ring after 1 minute. Please proceed to the stage for the impromptu speech.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum and a very good evening everyone, the judges, timekeepers and esteemed educators. So we meet again in the spontaneous session of the public speaking, building resilient communities through education. So in my point of view, firstly, I think a teacher can incorporate in their lessons on the good qualities that the student can use on their everyday life and they can apply, albeit in their lesson, in their routine, or back at home. So with this, I think not just students at home, but also parents after seeing on how their students act at home, and then they would realize on, oh wow, the teacher has done a really great job on incorporating good qualities, such as helping others, putting themselves second before others, and uh, as a result, uh, a better community, a resilient community can be achieved with the teacher giving good qualities to the students. All right, moving on to the next point, I think a teacher can act or be an actor or a tutor in class and show to the students on how to become a better person. So with this, you know how students at school, they're very observant on their teachers, on what they wear, on their behaviorism. I had one student notice that I kept on swapping my watch at school. Then, oh, new watch, new watch. So this is a good opportunity for us teachers to act as a role model. You know, show to your students on how to act, how to help people, and how to overall become a better person. With this, your student can be what do you say, a doppelganger of you, a mirror, of a good person, and this will create the ripple effect. One student can affect the people back at home, his or her siblings, his or her parents, and also friends or neighbors at home. For example, they saw like their neighbor is mowing the lawn, and then the teacher told them earlier at school, always help the elderly. No matter how they treated you before, you must help them if they even if they don't ask for help. So from there, the student will think like, oh, it is a good idea for me to go and mow his lawn without asking for anything in return. So next, and my final point would be, this is a continuous effort from all of the community itself, not just teachers, not just students at school, but also outside community, albeit the police or your ordinary makcik goreng pisang also need to show all these great qualities for people to see and to copy. As people say, monkey see, monkey do. But I'm not saying that we are monkeys. But there is a good quality that we can copy from them. So ironic. And with this, as the community keeps on growing and growing to become a better place for us to live in, we don't need to start big. We only need to start small. Maybe target your first at your house, and then maybe your residency or your housing areas, and then later on, this will grow towards a bigger effect, which altogether can create a resilient community through education. So to wrap up my impromptu speech today, my points were the teacher needs to apply good qualities in their lessons. Teacher need to act as a role model or an actor in class, and also the continuous effort of our own community. So together with this, I think Malaysia Madani can be achieved. Thank you, Glady Leaf. Now I will be taking my leave. Thank you.
Thank you, our second participant, with the time taken 4.50 minutes. Next, I would like to invite our third participant. You have one minute to prepare the impromptu speech, and the time begins now.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in times that are different. In today's global and fast moving world, it is undeniable that we have something unique, something rising, something that is changing and transforming the education world today. My friends, fellow teachers, educators, students, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you a question. What is the impact of artificial intelligence on teaching today? Do you know what is artificial intelligence? Have you tried it before? Today, I shall be sharing with you my thoughts and my insights on this topic, on the role of artificial intelligence, the opportunities and the challenges that lie is AI in the education world today. Talking about this topic, I remember when I was a child growing up. You see, I was an outstanding student in the sense that I was always standing outside the class. I always forgot to bring my books, forgot to do my homework, and the teacher was always scolding me, Clarence, why? But one day, my teacher told me, Clarence, a teacher is like a candle. It burns itself to illuminate the room and the path for others. And this inspired me to be a teacher. Today I'm a teacher and I tell my students, friends, a teacher is like a candle. I will illuminate your path. And they say, teacher, today we use electricity. The thing is, my friends, our world today is different from when we were young. Last time, if we used to cook, today we can order Food Panda. If last time we used to eat like this, nowadays, children, they eat like this. In today's world, teachers need to be creative and innovative in educating the young. And that is where the role of artificial intelligence comes in. The beauty of AI is that with AI as our friends, we can explore the unexplored. We can go and pass through barriers and think outside the box. With tools like ChatGPT, with tools that are available as resources today, we can help transform the education world. As a teacher today, sometimes when I think about, OMG, what should I teach in class? How can I grasp or capture my students' interest? I go to AI because AI gives all sorts of ideas, all sorts of ways to capture your students' attention in class. They give you loads of possibilities and ways to make students interested in English. Now, as teachers, we know the main four skills in English. We have listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Imagine, teachers, if we are able to teach these skills, hone these skills to our students, and get them to use AI, how much our world will transform in the future. It is undeniable that today, teaching children just to listen, speak, read, and write is not important, but it is how we can compete in the international world. The mission of the Ministry of Education is to uphold a quality education system that develops students to their maximum potential and fulfill the aspirations of the nation. Let us all challenge ourselves and step outside our comfort zones and try using AI today to bring more life, more interest, and more engagement in your classroom. Teach your students, introduce them to AI, and trust me, through a Madani nation, our students will pave and carve the way for a better and brighter Malaysia. I invite you, my friends, use AI. Don't be scared. Try. Step out of your comfort zone and delve into the world of AI. Because once you go in, The possibilities are endless. I invite you to try AI today and to introduce your kids to AI too. Because with AI, Malaysia will be stronger than ever. Thank you.
Thank you to our third participant, and the time taken was 5.01 minutes. Moving on to our fourth participant. Please step forward. Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now. Please proceed to the stage.
Assalamualaikum and a pleasant evening once again, especially to the wise judges, timekeeper, and also everybody present in the room today. Once again, I bid all of you a very, very good evening. Now, let's move on to the impromptu speech. And the topic that I was given, that I was lucky to be given, is called Reimagining Assessment, Moving Beyond Standardized Testing. Well, when we talk about assessment, it has been a long discussion even before various policies have been introduced, reintroduced, implemented, and re-implemented. And therefore, when we talk about reimagining assessment, I will be seeing this from a perspective of old and new generation. Why old and why new? If you look at assessment, looking back at our schools and how our teachers and our previous teachers, our parents, were students and were assessed when they were kids and when they were in schools, it didn't appear to be a bad results because they turned out to be great people. They taught us good and they taught us the root of our education today. So who we are to say that old assessment is not relevant? Once again, it brings to a point that old assessment is still relevant and should be applied to this new generation. But not only that, ladies and gentlemen, why reimagining assessment should be done in old and new? Because new generation of assessment will help our students and our generation to reach a Madani and digitalized world of education. In preparation for a global citizenship world, we need to be able to practice and apply new types of assessments such as formative, summative, informal, formal learning, and different types of assessment exist today. Even PBD is still relevant and should be reimagined in a way that there is a combination of old and new tradition. And I shall explain this, and I shall support these claims in three important aspects. The first one is it creates a balanced approach. When we go both ways, when we go both old and new approach of reimagining assessment, we are able to see and a more inclusive learning, a more inclusive situation of education where we are able to see students in different ways, not just academic per se, but also referring to their learning preferences, their personalities, and etc. Secondly, reimagining assessment with old and new generation of assessment will improve educational equity. In regard to Malaysia, we have to accept the fact that we are living in different situations. I am coming from a place of rural districts, which access to education may be limited. And sometimes there are issues of my students are called backwards, if I may say so, because of this standardized assessment. So, therefore, bringing old and new assessment together, reimagining them, will bring fluidity in our education and therefore improve, give chances and potential to improve educational equity. The third one would definitely bring us to improve the inclusivity in education. We are not just focusing on students in a Perdana classes, but we are also looking into different kinds of students, whether in Perdana or not Perdana classrooms. These are vital in order to achieve the inclusivity in education. So, in conclusion, all of these points reflects to my opinion on old and new approach of assessment should be applied in order to be able to achieve a Madani future with digitally skilled teachers and of course to be ready for the future and ahead and maybe beyond and definitely prepare for global citizenship of education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our fourth participant with the time taken 5 minutes. We will continue with our next participant, the fifth one. Please step forward. And your time starts now. You may now proceed to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Honorable judges, timekeeper, distinguished guests, fellow contestants, little children, teachers, and friends. It's me, and I'm back again with a new topic for this impromptu round. The topic that was given to me is fostering critical thinking in the digital age, the teacher's challenge. I would like to first define what do we mean by critical thinking. When you have a child that comes to school, and if you give him a task, and he is unable to think out of box, he is unable to think creatively, he is unable to solve real world problems, and therefore I believe that is where we have failed at fostering critical thinking among our learners. Now, what are the challenges that we face as teachers in fostering critical thinking in today's digital era? We must remember that infusing humanity with objectivity is key to tackle the issues that we have. But I was given the topic to discuss about what are the challenges that we are facing. And I'd like to define those challenges under three main umbrellas. Firstly, the junk that children are consuming in the social media and social world. Secondly, the lack of physical exercises that they are doing. And thirdly, the lack of parental support. My first point, the junk that children are consuming on social media. Earlier today in my point, I pointed out how edufluencers are encouraged to create relatable and meaningful content for the children of today. That is a very beautiful effort. But we cannot deny the fact that children these days are on social media, and sometimes they even have two accounts. Agree? One account for the parent and one account for their secret friends and for their dating life and whatnot. And I know this how, because I've been one of the one who did it. I was the one who had these two accounts secretly away from my parents because they were too busy. They were also teachers, bless their soul, but this is the reality today. And we all must agree that junks on social media sometimes can be more interesting than relatable content. That's why it's important for us teachers to come up with contents that they can relate to, that is so fun for them, so that instead of sitting and scrolling for hours on end on their beds with the social media, they can actually consume something more meaningful. My second point today, the lack of physical exercise. Now, you may think, what is the relationship of the lack of physical exercise and thinking critically? Well, thinking critically also requires you to actually go out there on the streets and see what is happening on the streets, solve real world and actual problems. Critical thinking also requires you to have social connections with people around you. Critical thinking requires you to communicate with the person beside you. Critical thinking needs you to learn how to share and care for another human being. Only then you can think critically to solve problems that are being faced by other humans on earth. But what happens if a child is sitting at home in daycare centers? I have this experience. Students come and tell me. So I ask them, what do you do after school? I go to daycare center. Okay, what do you do at daycare center? And I hope, sometimes I feel like I want the answers to be, we play or, we go out to the parks. No. Do you know what they have? They have tuition classes. They have Google Meets and Zooms. So, what the digital era has made us do is sit inside our rooms with our laptops and gadgets. And what happens is they are not going out as much. So, that is the second challenge that we face as teachers. We are facing issues of asking them to communicate with their friends. They are unable to do that. And therefore, we are also unable to create or to infuse the skills of critical thinking. And my third point for today, lack of parental support, especially in big cities like the ones that we are in now. The economic development now requires parents to work harder, to go out more, to be on the streets even more, earning their bucks. And what happens is that they prefer to satiate their children with technology. A crying baby can now be silenced by giving tablets. I'm sure you must have seen this around. And what happens is that a father or a mother who is supposed to be there for the child, to guide him, to teach him how to think, is no longer there. And when these babies come to us as adolescents and as children, they do not have the basic requirement of critical thinking. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the junks that children are consuming on social media, lack of physical exercise, lack of communication with their peers, and lack of parental support are the challenges that we face as teachers in fostering critical thinking in today's digital world. Thank you very much for listening to me. Bye bye.
Thank you. Our fifth participant with 5.38 minutes. We shall now call upon our sixth participant. Your 1 minute starts now. You may now proceed to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, I bid to the MC, the honorable judges, and to fellow members of the floor. Okay, today, my topic is the future of education. How teachers can lead the way in shaping a digitally savvy society. As we all know, we are living in a digital era when teachers, we need to be the prime examples to our students. As for me personally, I think I am deeply embedded in this role. And how did I do it? I did it by setting two perimeters. Number one, I, the teacher, should be the one who sparks the interest among the students. That is where they can be interested in the technology that we want to introduce to them. Okay, they are very good with what they have now. They are familiar with the technology. They know how to navigate their way around it. But in order to make them interested in using it the way we want them to use it, that is where our role comes in. So teachers, we need to be the one who create the sparks the way that we want it to spark, the way we want the flame to go. Okay. Next, number two, in order for teachers to lead the way in shaping a digitally savvy society, we need to make sure that they have responsibility, the sense of responsibility in using technology. For me, I believe teachers, we need to inculcate the sense of responsibility in every technological user that we are teaching right now in our classroom. We know that they will use this piece of technology for everything, for everyday, for their everyday lives business, but the sense of responsibility need to be instilled. How? We need to make sure that they first know what is the intention of them using the technology. They need to have clear goals of what they want to achieve when they are utilizing that piece of technology. Number two, when they are using the technology, they need to constantly remind themselves, whenever I use this, I should prevent myself from doing certain things that might offend or might bring harm to myself or anyone that's closer to them. And number three, when I use this piece of technology, I need to make sure there are benefits that are coming out from me using this technology. So when they have clear intention, clear goals of these three aspects, I believe they can be digitally savvy enough. Let's talk about how teachers can lead the way. It's easy. Be the role model to them. So we need to walk the talk. We need to show them the prime example of what they should do. So we need to demonstrate to them how they should do it. We need to show them step by step because they already know how to navigate their way through all this technology that we have nowadays. For example, let's say we ask the students to use the AI that we are talking about right now. Okay, we all know by typing a few prompts in the screen, they can get all sorts of information according to their likings. They can tailor their prompts. So this is where teachers need to play their role there. You need to model out to them. If you want to use AI, number one, you need to make sure you have a clear goal of using it. Number two, you need to be responsible in using the AI. Make sure it is used for beneficial purposes. And number three, like I said just now, you need to make sure there are benefits coming out of you using this AI, whether to help you, to help people around you, or the people, or your business, or it matters. When it comes to digitally savvy society, I believe the students now, they are competent enough. So we don't really have to teach them how to utilize them, but we need to teach them how to be responsible in using them, to be human enough to know the boundaries where you should cross and where you should not. Therefore, I should close my speech for today by saying teachers can actually lead the way in shaping a digitally savvy society by being a prime example to our students. Therefore, I thank you.
Thank you to our 6 participants, and the time taken was 5.02 minutes. Now we would like to invite our next participant, the 7th participant. Please welcome. Your 1 minute starts now. You may proceed to the stage.
Mic test 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1, 2, 3. Thank you, teacher, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. I repeat, thank you, teacher, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. Now, this was a text message I got from a student of mine on a day that I needed to hear it the most. We have heard about teachers having burnout, being tired, and this was a day like that for me where I was really exhausted with the workload that I had. But I get this message from a student of mine. Thank you, teacher, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. Very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you once again for being here. The topic given to me today is equity in education, bridging the opportunity gap. Equity in education, bridging the opportunity gap. Now, before I dwell further, let's talk about what is a gap. A gap is a space in between point A and point B. And a bridge is used to connect the two gaps. And I look at bridging the gap of an opportunity as the gap that the teacher builds. I am the bridge that is going to give this opportunity to my students to be able to close this gap. Now, let's go back to the quote that I started with. Thank you, teacher, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. Now, this was a student of mine. She was 11 years old. She spoke good English in the class, but she lacked public speaking skills. She was very afraid whenever I tried to push her to the front of the classroom. She refused to talk. She would have stage fright. She would start shaking. And I knew there was talent in her. I knew I could bring this out in her. But how? How do I bridge this gap that she has from her true potential? Now, the first step that I did was I created a bond with her. I created a connection between me and her so that she trusts me. She knows who I am. She knows that when I say you can do it, she knows that she can do it. Now, the second step I did was to start at a very small level of doing it in the classroom. I made her go up on stage in front of her class, in the class, in front of her friends, to just say 2 lines of how she was feeling for the day. We did that for almost a month. And then she could go further and further. And before I knew it, she was on stage giving under Nilam, we have this thing called Recensi Buku. And she was doing that on stage for an English book, fully in English. Now that was a feat for me that, hey, this child has been afraid. Now here comes the bridging the opportunity, the gap that I have helped, where I, as the teacher, played this very, very important role. There is a drama competition called PetroScience Drama Competition. 2 years ago, I took part in this competition with my students. They were all eager to join this competition, but it was me and my ability to use technology to understand how important it is for them to have a bigger platform to be able to use their knowledge. And I got them to join this competition. And I remember saying these words to them: do not worry about winning. All you've got to do is you have to learn how to believe in yourself and do your best. The outcome, let's leave it to the judges. And they did a fantastic job. Of course, we didn't win because it was my first time and I had a lot of things that I was lacking in myself in the way we delivered our drama. But the moral values that my kids learned on that day, wow. And that a week later, I get this message from her. Thank you, teacher, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. Isn't that powerful, teachers? Yes, it is a big deal for your student to tell this to you. And so, my answer to bridging this gap is it lies in the hands of the teacher. It is up to us to want to find avenues to help bridge this gap for our students. Before I end, I'm going to share a quote by C.S. Lewis, the author of Narnia, where he says that the task of the modern day educator is not to cut down jungles, but to irrigate deserts. Now that is powerful, irrigating deserts. It is up to us teachers, because an ordinary day for us can be a super magical one for our students. So do not forget, teachers, the role that you play in bridging the gap in your for your students. Thank you.
Thank you, our 7th participant. And she managed to stop it sharp at 5 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our next participant, the 8th participant. Please step forward. And your 1 minute starts now. You may now proceed to the stage.
Mic checking one. Mic checking 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. According to Mark Twain, it takes approximately 3 weeks to prepare for an impromptu speech. Fortunately, or rather unfortunately, I was only given one. But that's exactly the challenge that I'm going to face today. As an educator, challenges are not alien. From the very first day, the first moment you step into the classroom, you see all those googly eyes staring at you. When I was there for the first time, I could hear in the background, they were asking, is this the new English teacher? Does he speak any Tamil? I like his beard. I spotted this beard as well. Okay. And mind you, I was this young teacher, just got back from Australia, thinking about all these colorful things about education, going into the classroom, and I find they spelled Monday, M-A-N-D-A-Y. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet again in a more relaxed session, I guess, with my topic, the future of learning, trends, and challenges ahead. Dear members of the floor, as I mentioned previously, challenges would have been there, even for teachers from previous generation. Imagine going back in time, probably 100 or 150 years ago. Can you imagine all those famous historians would have been there in the classroom as a student? Can you imagine all those painters who made paintings that are remarkably famous today? They would have been there in the classroom. And what would Leonardo da Vinci's teacher say to him when he first started painting? Probably she said, "This is not what I wanted. You are painting nonsense." So the challenge for that teacher would have been the students were not engaged or probably didn't follow the kind of lesson that she was conducting. Imagine Shakespeare and his English. He would have been there in an English classroom somewhere, and he would have had his English teacher. How did he end up inventing so many words that sound alien to younger generation nowadays? So challenges would have been monumental back then. But somehow, teachers, we are creatures who persevere through challenge. And today, as we look into the challenges of future, we begin to look at students who are far ahead of teachers in terms of technological advancements. Their pursuit for knowledge is impeccable. You can't use the same kind of approach and typical methods in the classroom anymore. Therefore, teachers like Shakespeare's and Leonardo da Vinci's teacher back then need to equip themselves with knowledge. And with knowledge, you have the skills. With knowledge, you have the methods that would be suitable for future generations to learn. And one of the biggest challenges that teachers, even nowadays, they are facing would be students tiptoeing through their adolescent ages, thinking about what they're going to do next. If you were to conduct a survey among the classes, for example, my year 6 students, nobody mentions about becoming a teacher anymore. What they want to be is streamer. They want to be influencers. They want to be YouTube artists. They want to be actor and actresses. And just last week, I had this topic with my students. Like, I said, what do you think would make you a good artist? They said, which surprised me, they said, huge Instagram and TikTok following. That matters to them. So as teachers, we have to make them understand. Having a substantial amount of TikTok followers, Instagram followers will have to be coupled, will have to be substantiated with the content, with the knowledge that they have as well. In that sense, they would have a better way for them to prosper in future and probably achieve the aspirations of Malaysia Madani, which is making sure everybody and their potentials are fulfilled. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you to our 8th participant. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give a soft reminder to the audience to stay relaxed, focused, and avoid any sound that could distract the participants throughout this competition. Thank you. And the minute taken is 5.10 minutes. We shall now call upon our 9th participant. Please step forward. Thank you. And your 1 minute starts now. Please proceed to the stage.
Mic test. Good day, esteemed judges, my fellow comrades, and members of the floor. Now, before I journey deeper into the topic that was given to me, allow me to paint a picture in your mind. Forget about dinosaurs running wild in Jurassic Park, but I would like you to imagine me teaching in my classrooms. Imagine me having students for the past 7 years of teaching. Students who are bright and eager, but whom I would identify where the majority of them as struggling learners. Now, as if it wasn't formidable enough to navigate the academic terrain as struggling learners, to top it off, there is now the added challenge of trying to learn the English language as a second language. To some, a few, the English language is a foreign entity entirely. And in today's age of digital advancement, they have to learn how to navigate learning in the digital era. Now, the question is, how do we build digital resilience in our students in the landscape of digital education today? First and foremost, I believe it would be appropriate for policy makers and to implement, to design digital-friendly policies, digital-friendly educational policies that would benefit teachers and students at the grassroots level. And one of the feasible policy or steps that I would suggest is to apply the BYOD practice. So you ask me, what's the BYOD practice? To expand the acronym, it's called the Bring Your Own Device practice. Allow me to elaborate further on this concept. I think it's widely acknowledged that the current policy and budget 2024 have made allocations for ministries, for the education ministry to bridge the digital gap and to streamline the digital ecosystem in schools. But I believe that these measures are still not enough. Hence, I would advocate for the implementation of the BYOD practice, bring your own device step, where students are allowed to bring their own digital devices. It can be a phone, a tablet, or their own personal notebooks. Because only when each student has access to individual gadgets and digital devices that they can freely take charge of their own learning in the classroom and with information at their fingertips, with knowledge and information at their fingertips. I believe we can transform the whole learning process, the whole teaching and learning process, not only for the teachers, but also the students. Also, I would suggest for policymakers to design our curriculum and syllabus in a way that would incorporate elements of digital citizenship, where we will teach students about how to thrive or learn in a safe digital environment, where they learn about phishing, online scams, and other malwares that they might face when they are learning in a digital realm. With that, I would like to end my speech for today. Let's strive to make learning in the digital realm a safe and thriving environment for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our ninth participant with the time taken 4.58 minutes. We'll now invite our 10th participant. Please step forward. Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now. You may now proceed to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, my topic for today is diversity in the classroom. How do I embrace diversity? First of all, I carry myself first and set a good example to my students in the classroom. A teacher is a role model for the students to follow. Now, we don't look at this person per se. We have children in front of us. They are our children. So if you embrace diversity, you will keep them close to your heart. No matter what, you will strive to make sure they are successful one day. Now there, a teacher stands, a role model to the students. I personally embrace diversity a lot. I do extra classes. I even stay back, call all my weak students. I say, I don't mind waiting for you, as long as you give me A's, as long as you do what makes you happy and achieve what you want. The only thing I ask them is to remember me till the end. That's my principles. In front of me, everyone is the same thing. Every student, they have the privilege to have a teacher who can give good example as a teacher. For a teacher, students are like our children, our own children. Now, why are we looking at them? This person is so and so, this person is so and so, this person is so and so. No, no such thing. We look at them as one. They are our children. No matter what, you have to strive and make sure they succeed one day. That's our goal anyway, isn't it? As a teacher, that's our goal. Being a teacher, standing in front of the students. So we have to set a good example and show them. If a teacher can do that and make sure every student under our arms succeed in the digital world today, that is a great success for us. So that's how I embrace diversity. In my school, there are different culture, different religion, different background levels, and different academic levels. And some may be, from weaker classes, some may be from good classes, but that doesn't matter. What we want is to make sure they reach the objective that we want them to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, embracing diversity must come from the heart. It is from here. It's not about learning to embrace diversity. It is the passion that every teacher must have, must instill in them to make sure the child succeed in whatever world or in future of this digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really beautiful to look at a diverse nation heading towards a successful future, heading towards a successful nation. It's really beautiful. When I look at my students, when they come back to me, they say, "Teacher, I'm a pilot now." That really gives me a lot of satisfaction, and that is my achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, what else a teacher wants? What else? We want to see every student who is with us to see what they want, and they achieve what they want. That is our goal anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, embrace diversity. And the diversity, how you embrace diversity should come from your heart. Be passionate about being a role model to all the kids in front of you without looking at their background. I think that is the basic principle our Rukun Negara is teaching us. Every child should not be left behind. So this explains that. With that, thank you.
Thank you to our 10 participants, and the time taken was 5.03 minutes. We would like to call upon our 11th participant.
Are you ready? Are you ready for 1 minute?
Okay, yes.
And your 1 minute starts now. You may proceed to the stage.
Testing. If all the world is a stage, and all the men and women merely players, surely each and every one of us has a role to play. Shakespeare, 13, 15 BC, well, you name it, within that area. Definitely, like I would like to talk about the digital citizenship. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now trying to say that digital citizenship has a role to play in education system. Assalamualaikum and a resplendent day I bid to all of you, fellow educators, sincere and earnest timekeeper, my fellow teachers, and last but not least, members of the floor, the survivors of digital citizenship. Welcome to the magical world that we are trying to coexist between physical and digital realm. Allow me to comprehend you the idea of educating students on responsible online behavior. Before we proceed, allow me to define our topic. All right. So digital citizenship, and digital citizenship. At the sound of this phrase, some hearts flutter, others skip a beat, and there's a rush of adrenaline for some. Well, for students nowadays, they will feel so much better when they have the control of themselves when it comes to digital things. It is a common understanding that digital citizenship plays an important role in students' life. But let's not say all the point because not everything here is rainbow and butterflies. Before we proceed, allow me to tell you that educating students on responsible online behavior comes with a great responsibility. In order for us to dive further into this topic, allow me to tell you that we're going to do a SWOT analysis. S is for the strength, weakness, opportunity, and the threat. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the strength of educating our kids nowadays will make them a better online user. We want them to see how online is beneficial for them, time saving, energy saving. This is what we want. In order to create a better world, like Nelson Mandela once said, that education is a powerful tool that we have. So therefore, start from your education. So using education in this context can definitely be the strength in digital citizenship. Let's go to the weakness. Not everything is butterfly and rainbows, like I said. We all know that the elephant in the room, that kids nowadays, when we are not in control of their behavior, they will definitely seek behind the truth and stealthily will hide their true nature. What they will do is to use the connection that they have with online behavior and try to use something bad. For example, private things that they want to access, and other things that they blue, and all those sorts of things that can really destroy their images and social understanding. Let's go to the opportunity. When we taught our kids nowadays with digital citizenship, we are opening and pave more ways for job opportunities, Canva, you name it. For example, that we are teaching them the right way to use technology. When they know these kind of apps, they are actually more marketable themselves in many sense of way. Perhaps it is a good start because this is where we shall begin nowadays. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go to the threat. The threat here, there are two things that I want to focus: more time frame on your devices. Students will definitely spend more time looking at the screen of the computer rather than the face of their parents. Because of digital citizenship, we want them to realize that the control within that area should come in handy. The threat for the second one is time. They spend more time looking at their screen rather than their parents, and they also spend more eye coordination will be affected badly. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to build a responsible student nowadays who understand that real life comes with great responsibility. I would love to quote, before I end my speech today, that my favorite author from J.K. Rowling said that happiness can be found even in the darkest hour. Only you have to remember to turn on the light. That light is that digital citizenship. And with that, teaching digital citizenship will definitely make a world better place with not fantasy or reality, but a world that you know sometimes you have to wake up and smell your coffee. With that, I thank you.
Thank you to our 11 participants with the time taken 4.52 minutes. Now, we would like to call upon our 12th participant. Please step forward. Thank you. And your 1 minute starts now. You may proceed to the stage.
Nelson Mandela says education is the most powerful tool to change the world. So this clearly says how much responsibilities and how much effort we have to put in molding the generations of tomorrow. So the topic that I get today, the impact of global events on education. I have to say it's my lucky day because as a teacher at fully residential school, I face this every single year. We have a symposium where every year students of Form 4 will have to gather together and carry out a research on a global event. And this very year, we are going to talk about how the climate crisis, a global event, has impacted the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe by empowering our students to become better researchers, this enhances their critical thinking. This allows them to also venture the possibilities that await them out there instead of just being focused on only what's in their textbook and within the classroom walls. This is beyond the constraint of classroom and beyond the comfort of whatever the teacher dictates for the student. We're going to also talk about how this can harness students' inquisitive skills as well as their global citizenship. Being residential school students, and not just that, because honestly, I have just organized a national level symposium literally 2 weeks ago, where I could allow as many as 330 participants to actually conduct researches based on climate events for various sustainable development goals. These, I believe, have empowered my students, not just mine, not just fully residential school students, but also daily secondary school students to also engage in global events. And these allow them to become better leaders of tomorrow. So let's talk about global citizenship. By empowering our students to become researchers of these global events, we allow them to venture into various issues to to come with solutions to overcome these problems, because these are the leaders of tomorrow. If you're just limiting them to whatever we have in the textbook, although they are already at global standard thanks to the current curriculum, but we are also allowing them the chance to be the best version of themselves. Because sometimes teachers tend to feel like this is a way too big issue for the students to think of. But believe or not, looking at how the students did in their researches, you would be amazed at how these naive, green, and novice researchers can actually offer solutions to these to the issues, the pandemic issues that have been happening like since forever. So I believe that if we teach our students about global events, COVID-19, for instance, the climate, for instance, we are allowing them better opportunities to be prepared for what awaits them in the future. Therefore, I know that talking about the symposium, it may sound a bit segmented or perhaps disconnected to many of you. But this is not just a way for us to expose our students to global events. Because remember, we have the curriculum, yes, we have the SOW, yes, but we also have the autonomy as teachers to always harness and adopt these wonderful issues happening worldwide in our lessons to expose our students for more and more. So I believe exposing our students to global events will produce better, proficient, clever, critical thinkers of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you to our 12 participants, and the time taken was 4.49 minutes. We now welcome the 13th participant. Please step forward. And your 1 minute starts now. You may proceed to the stage.
Mic test 1, 2, 3, mic test 1, 2, and 3.
A very good day to everyone present today. Back here on the stage, the same person, but with a different topic. The topic that I've chosen for my impromptu speech is empowering educators strategy for professional development in digital pedagogy. Ladies and gentlemen, educators are the key to ensure that digital learning takes place. Therefore, empowerment must happen at all levels. So, the question starts now. What are the strategies for professional development in digital pedagogy? Ladies and gentlemen, the first strategy that is vital in order to have professional development in digital pedagogy is, of course, courses. We need to equip the educators with various kind of knowledge. As we all know, digital knowledge changes almost every day. New ways are developed in order for teaching of digital learning to take place. With the evolving world in today's digital world, it is important for teachers to be well equipped. So through courses, teachers can meet and share on different kind of knowledge that they possess in order to improve themselves. When they share this kind of knowledge, it's not only meant that they improve and empower themselves, but what happens is that the meeting makes networking bigger. The networking that happens through these courses encourages discussion and participation of various teachers with various knowledge, especially when we look at teachers of different age gaps. We need to admit to this. Educators range from various age gaps with different knowledge. Teachers who are aged does not mean they are not digitally savvy. They have different experience that the younger generation like myself do not have. Thus, through these courses, teachers can carry out sharing session to ensure that the old knowledge and the new knowledge that are met together can produce something that could help for empowerment. Besides that, ladies and gentlemen, another strategy for professional development in digital pedagogy is, of course, looking at a different point of view. Okay, when we are talking about a different point of view in pedagogy, digital pedagogy changes all the time. It is not the same. Therefore, we look at a kind of pedagogy that looks into changes that happen and how teachers can be resilient towards those changes. Training can be done not only to equip teachers with the knowledge, but also to train teachers on how to be independent towards the knowledge that they receive and to absorb that knowledge and be confident to ensure that whatever they have learned can be used for the future generation. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about empowering educators, educators are equipped with such knowledge that they can use. However, the knowledge changes throughout time. Thus, another strategy for professional development when it comes to digital pedagogy looks into how teachers can look into different kind of modules. When we are talking about different kind of modules here, we are referring to modules from different countries that are useful for teachers to improve themselves and to bring themselves to a higher level. Why? Lifelong learning. Ladies and gentlemen, teachers should not be comfortable wherever they are. Thus, strategies such as lifelong learning is important and vital because teachers must be ahead of the students. As we are all aware today, students know more than teachers. At times, students help teachers to switch on the computer. So, we need to be ahead from them to ensure that we can also be together on par with them. Why is that important? Being with my students, when I know a TikTok trend that only teenagers know, it brought about a click with me. They believe and trust in me. Thus, when they believe and trust in me, it is very useful for them to understand my effort and for me to know what is important for them and how I can reach them using those digital pedagogy. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear here there are various kind of strategies that can be done for professional development in digital pedagogy. Looking into courses, looking into various kind of module and therefore lifelong learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our 13 participant, and the time taken was 5.04 minutes. And now, finally, we would like to invite the last participant for the impromptu speech. Come, please welcome. And your 1 minute starts now. Ready? Okay. Sing first. We have. You may now proceed to the stage.
Test mic, test mic. So good to see smiling faces. Thank you all for waiting. Ralph Smedley, the founder of Toastmasters, said, "We learn best in times of enjoyment." Do you all agree with me? So I got a very interesting topic, fostering creativity and innovation in education. How many of you regard yourself as a creative teacher? Wow, and I can relate to you, Aisha. When I see the word creativity, the thing that crossed my mind is, why are some teachers who are so passionate after they finish university, they're burning with fire, but in no time, their fire diminished? Based on my experience and a little observation, I would like to say it's the workload and, sorry to say, sometimes demanding or not that understanding administrators. Allow me to share my past experience as a young teacher back in a rural school. After graduation as a TESOL graduate, I was very excited to receive the calling letter, the appointment letter to go to a rural school. Typical me, I see wherever I'm sent to like a vacation. That venue requires me to take a flight, a 30-minute flight from my hometown and a 3-hour boat ride from the city. As a young teacher, I remember taking videos and photos, literally like a tourist, to a destination which is so far away from home. I also remember I was very filled with a passion to organize activities, thinking to bring students to the other rural schools to attend camps. But little did I know, my so-called enthusiasm wasn't welcomed by some of my colleagues. Reason being, why are you doing so much things? It's the weekend, do you know? We teachers want to go home and rest. We don't want to do extra work during the holidays. And I have two groups of administrators. One, extremely supportive. Go, Cikgu, we support you. This is the money, go. Another would be saying, why are you doing all this? Is it just for fame? Who are you trying to impress? So honestly, my fellow teachers, I felt that was one of the lowest points in my early teaching life. If not for the teacher who encouraged me to go further in life, I think I might have been one of the super quiet one who would stay mute and dare not voice out. But thankfully, I joined Toastmasters and they encouraged us to speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tie this to creativity and innovation. I believe that when a teacher is given the freedom to unleash, everyone we should act as the supporters. Teachers should act as a motivator, not just for our students, but also motivators for our colleagues, as well as our superiors and also our junior teachers. I also think that when it comes to creativity, it's also like a two-way street. When our superiors see that we are enthusiastic, those who are open-minded will be very supportive of us. But it comes with wisdom in communication. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all my teachers, PPD, JPNS, for allowing me to come to this contest. If there was a clash in activities in school, but then because of their support, they allow us teachers to come here to participate. And that, my friend, is the message. Our creativity will not be inhibited if we are given the freedom to unleash it. Thank you all for supporting teachers.
With that, our final participant with the time taken 4.36 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the preliminary round National Level Teachers' Day Public Speaking Competition 2024. All our 14 participants have successfully presented. The adjudicators will deliberate the scores to determine the final 4 participants who will proceed to the final round of the public speaking competition. The results will be announced shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the floor, we would like to express our gratitude to the esteemed adjudicators of this public speaking competition. Thank you very much for your commitment and wisdom. For your kind information, the certificate giving session and the announcement of the 4 finalists will be organized by the English Language Teaching Center officials after this session. We hope to see you again tomorrow morning for the final round of the National Level Teachers' Day Public Speaking Competition 2024. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to apologize for any mistakes made throughout the competition. Till we meet again tomorrow, thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good day.